Okay, so good evening, everyone. Oh, finally, we're back again. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Tatiana.
Hi, Miss
I'm gonna
Cornelia. I
send
sent
you
you
an
an
email
email.
later on, okay? So,
Okay.
yeah. I checked your email, so I'm gonna respond back to you, okay?
Got you.
Okay. Okay, then. So I hope you guys enjoy your day. Tomorrow is not a holiday for us, so I spoke to the director. It says that only federal days are the ones that you guys are excused and you guys can take it off. But fortunately, cannot give you the day off. I might let you go a little earlier than usual, just because you might have, your kids that you go out, things like that. Um, I don't know. But we just do something tomorrow. But we do have class tomorrow, unfortunately. So yeah. Any questions before we continue with the module telephone techniques? Any suggestions, any inputs, anything that you might think that should have addressed, or you have any comments for the class? Anything at all? Okay, so let's do a little recap of what we covered yesterday. So yesterday we talked about these telephone techniques, right? We have to keep some uh, guidelines when we answer the phones, whether we are going to call someone or whether someone is calling the office. So we did those incoming calls, how to address these calls. Remember, it's very important. Oops. Good thing that I plugged my computer now because I almost forget. So that's basically what it is. So we need to use the same accuracy, the same professionalism, whether the patient is coming to our office in person or whether we are receiving a call from a patient or we are calling the clients or patients. So that is basically what it is. Remember, active listening and communication, effective communication are very important. So we don't have to be repeating the things twice. And, we want the person that we are interacting with to understand what is being said. So other than that, we are definitely going to have problems. We're going to have, time consuming for something that we have to repeat more than once. And remember, if we are with someone on the phone, we have to be very courteous. We have to introduce the office. We have to introduce ourselves, our profession, and ask the patient how can we assist them. Take the pertaining information if you have to take a message. There is a way or guidelines for taking a message. You have to be very brief. Remember, you're gonna document the name of the patient, the contact information, phone number, of course, or email, whatever the case may be. We are going to ask the reason for the call and who is this call directed to whom this particular message is going to go to. Remember, we do not put all the callers directly to the physician or to the medical doctor or to the nurse if that's the case. So that's what we're there in the front desk to make sure that we can take some of this workload from the doctor because the doctor is usually busy with patients, so we don't want to take time from there. Remember, if we keep on annoying the doctor with calls that are not need to be placed directly to the doctor is going to get upset. And now he or she is going to fall behind. Now we have to stay extra hours because the doctor is going to be interrupted. So it's going to take more time to finish with the patients. And the patients that are in the waiting area are going to be upset because they have not been called on time because the doctor is spending time answering calls, something that shouldn't be that way. Remember, the only calls that you're going to pass through are physicians, colleagues, family members. And if it is an emergency, after you have sorted out, you have triaged the patient, asking the pertaining questions. Remember, those questions are written in a policy manual, or you have those questions somewhere written down so you can use them when a patient comes and they tell you that they have an emergency. Just the fact that the patient says, I have an emergency, you shouldn't put the call through at all. Don't do that. Patients, all the patients have an emergency. For them, everything is an emergency. So that's the way that they express themselves. Now I need to confirm whether it's an emergency or not. Remember, emergencies, patients do not come to our office. We address these emergencies differently. So we will need to know if the patient is really having an emergency, so we can direct the patient or the family member to call an ambulance, or we have to do it from our office. Call the ambulance. That's why when we call a patient that's having an emergency, or a patient call us and is having an emergency, we have to ask all the pertaining questions. And then we're going to direct them what to do. Remember, if they don't have someone who can assist them, we have to do the call. We have to call the hospital, we have to call an ambulance, and that's what we ask, where are the patients located? And we have an idea what the patient is having. So when you call the emergency, they're going to say, okay, what seems to be the case? Why are we picking up this patient? What is the emergency? Oh, the patient is having shortness of breath, chest pain, and it has bleeding profusely. Or the patient collapsed, the patient is unconscious, family member is calling on behalf. Those are real emergencies, remember. Poisoning, the patient took a bunch of pills or some poison, whatever the case may be, is intoxicated for some reason. Well, that's an emergency. Remember, emergency is when the life of the patient is at stake. If it's not, then it's not an emergency. It's something that the patient can wait. So once again, just because the patient tells you that they have an emergency, don't take as word, because that is not how it works. So now let's talk about outgoing calls. Oh, one more thing. Remember, when you are talking to your patients, remember you should focus on what is being said. And if you need to put them on hold, you have to ask permission before you put them on hold. If you have an other incoming call or someone coming in the office in person. So that's called multitasking. So you're going to put the patient on hold, then you're going to take care of the other patient, and then you're going to go back to the other patient. How many times you have to wait for the phone to ring before you answer the phone? 2 times. That's the answer for the exam. So that's basically what it is. Confidentiality. Talk about confidentiality. We're going to be talking about confidentiality. All the patient information is supposed to be confidential. We should not release the patient's information without the patient release form. Remember, questions for exam. When will be the right time to release the patient information? Only when the patient has signed a release of information form. Other than that, we should not disclose. It doesn't matter who's calling, it doesn't matter who's requesting, unless in a situation which is court or law. But we're going to talk about that when we go to law and ethics. So those will be exceptions to the rule. If you have a court order, that overrides anything else. Because you have a court order. The court is requesting information about the patient. But then you're going to have an order from the court and you're going to read it, not you, the doctor. Someone comes with a court order requesting because they're going to sue the doctor. That is not a problem. They're going to sue it. That is legal procedures. You do not release anything to the person who brings the order. It's got to be a process. We're going to talk about that during medical records module. So just giving you a little taste, a little advance, because releasing information have exceptions. So we need to know what those exceptions are, because you will be asked. Outgoing calls. So now these will be the calls that we make from our office to our clients. Let's put clients, patients, the same. Because you're not calling the clients. You're not working in a hospital. You might be working somewhere else. But in this case, it is the same policy, the same protocols. So before you're going to call the patient, remember, you need to know, you have to prepare yourself to see what are you calling them? What is it that you're going to do? What information you're going to relate to them? What questions you're going to ask to this person? So you're going to have all that written down because you don't want to miss anything. You don't want to omit anything. If the patient calls in, well, the patient is asking questions. So now, well, you have to come out with the answers. But now you call in them, so you have to be prepared. So once again, you can have the patient medical record available right there, open if it is in the computer, or have the paper-based medical record and see and, open the medical record on the site or in the folder file that you want to discuss with the patient. So remember, you're going to have things that you're going to tell the patient or things that you're going to ask the patient. So you got to be prepared. Exactly the same way that receive a phone call, you're going to do the same when you call in someone. Calling someone says, "Hi, this is Alberto from Dr. Zay's office. May I speak to Mr. or Mrs. Smith?" You have to go with the same courteous and professionalism. You can't just answer a call and says, "Oh, is Mrs. A or is this such and such?" No, that is for personal business. Even though if it's for personal business, I always greet the patient who's calling. Unless I don't know who they are and I know caller, so then I just say hello because I don't want to give more information because I don't know who's calling. Might be a scammer, right? So, but this is business. So you're going to call and you're going to identify yourself because if you don't identify yourself, then the person on the other end probably might hang up the phone, probably is gonna say no, he or she's not here, or you have the wrong number, and so on and so forth. We all have done that, right? Sometimes, remember, we're going to talk about, caller IDs and things like that. So sometimes our phones identifies the patient or the clinic. So just make sure that you are very professional. Because sometimes you might be calling for fees. You are calling for someone who has not, show up for appointments, does not follow up. And the patient feels guilty, the patient feels uncomfortable, says, oh, they're going to tell me this, or you owe some money to the office. So then you might not pick up the phone, but you have to be very professional anyway. So remember, from your side, you have to be professional and you have to identify yourself. So that's basically how you are going to do. So have everything ready. So most of the time we pick up the time of the day. Remember that the patients probably are going to be at home. And when you start making calls, it is recommended that usually most of the calls that we're going to do, we use the same period of time. Let's say, today, afternoon, morning, I'm going to start calling all my patients. So whatever calls you have to make, try to make them all, as a group. It is very convenient because, it's kind of you are doing something related. Not that you just call one and then you put yourself to do something else and then you totally forget about any other issues. So it is convenient that when you are going to start calling patients for some reason, gather some of them and start calling them. So spend time doing the same task. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if we kind of keep all these going in that way, we organize all these calls, then we're going to be more successful. And sometimes the patients have the same issues. So it's kind of, you keep on, fresh in your mind what you're going to ask. And if you forgot to ask something to the previous patient or client, now you're going to remember that for the next patient, you have to remember those. So remember, you have to have a list of the questions that you're going to ask or the things that you're going to tell the patient. So you got to be prepared. You can't just call someone and says, oh, by the way, can I call you back? Because I totally forgot what I was going to tell you. That doesn't work. And it doesn't look professional anyways. So just make sure that you're prepared. Okay, so we have different systems for messaging. Patients call us. Well, we have a voicemail, we have an automated service, calling services, we have a fax machine, we have, the old-fashioned, answer machines, and so on and so forth. So with technology, we have gone miles. It's not like before. Remember, you had to send them a letter or a telegram. Probably some of you don't even have no idea what the telegram is. Letters, telegrams, actually, you have a beeper. I used it like a couple of times in my life when I was at the hospital. And then, the telephones came about. So now we have different systems. Remember, back in the days, the office have an answer system. You have an answering machine with the tape recording, and you have to go back and play back and take the message, write it down in a paper. So, well, things have evolved just like phones. Now we have cellular phones, not just the landline, and it has different features. So it is used everywhere, all these type of systems that we have today. So most of the employees or employers uses having in their office, and we as an employee, well, we use the services because it's very common. Remember that the telephones are the lifeline of the office. Even though if it is a little annoying for the patients or for the clients, when we call, we mentioned that yesterday, that we're going to encounter these voice mail or something like that, or somebody calling us and you encounter an answering service, with the menu, and then we have to juggle in between all these, options and blah, blah, blah. And finally, we don't have the chance to speak to no one. So that creates a hassle, but it's convenient for the office because then we don't miss a call because you're going to leave a message if that's the way that you're going to do it. If you don't leave a message, then it's going to be harsh because trying to connect yourself directly with the office is going to be a problem. So that's basically what it is. Particularly, we have problems with the elder population. The elderly or some older people after 40s, 50s, if they are not too savvy or not familiar with phones, then they're gonna have a problem. Needless to say, dealing with internet or emails and things like that. So it's becoming a little a burden for the patients that are older or not familiar with technology. So again, we're gonna kind of talk about a little bit all of these things during this module because it's important. It is important that we are familiar with all these technology gadgets, because other than that, we're going to miss on a lot of stuff. Remember, still we have patients that they rather go to the office in person. They're going to show up over there to make an appointment. They have the opportunity to do it online. They have the opportunity to go to the clinic or the hospital website and just create an account and make appointments from there and receive your, lab results, diagnosis through the portal. But we're still not too comfortable with that, I might say. So once again, these voicemails, you're familiar with them. We leave a message there and we direct the patient to leave a message if we're not available, and they gave us some options to whom you are, leaving the message. Remember, we are going to be calling people and they're going to be calling us. So either or the patient is not answering the phone, so we're going to leave a voicemail. So that's basically what it is. Answering machines, I mentioned this already. That was the old fashion of, communicating and, receiving messages and delivering messages. So this is actually, landlines are the only one that contains these type of devices. So now with the advent of cellular phones and all these other answering services, automated answering services, things have changed a lot. So once again, you're going to encounter some of the offices that they're still using that. Don't be surprised, particularly doctor's office. And these doctors that are old. See, one of my students went to do her internship in one of the doctor's office, and she found her own internship. Because remember, you have the chance or the choice to, look for your own internship site if, it is convenient for you in your area. The school is going to provide one, but if you want to look for something on your own, well, we just need to know what is it. And then, the school is going to send in some paperwork. So let me finish with the story. She started working with the doctor, and she asked the doctor, because she was going to draw blood, says, "Oh, doctor, where are the gloves?" They didn't have gloves. Says, "Gloves? We don't use gloves here." I know my patients. That's what the old man says. He was like 70s or 80s. So think about it. Not in today's era. Then she said, "Oh, I need you to write a letter for one of my patients." And then he has a typewriter. And it wasn't an electrical typewriter either. It was a manual typewriter. This person, it was a young medical assistant. She was like, they show me something over there. I think that I have seen in videos. I have never encountered one of those things. She was today's era. She was a computer person. Now everything is computerized. So think about that. Now they didn't have Wi-Fi. They didn't have a computer to make appointments. Everything was done over the phone and writing letters on a typewriter. And it wasn't an electrical one, I'm telling you. So she called me. She said, "Oh, I'm working in this place. And this is what's going on." And the doctor told her, if you want gloves, you have to bring your own gloves. Well, according to OSHA regulations, for those, well, it's not a joke, it's true.
Marvin, Davidson, Grand, 14, Grand Concord, all that.
Hello? Are you guys talking to me? Okay, Probably not. So I thought was like, is that a joke? And I was saying, no, it was not a joke. It was real. It was real. So think about this technology, technology, technology. So be careful. I'm just, lighting it up to you just in case you decide to go and get your own internship. Look at the office. Look who is working there. Look how old is the doctor. Are they still doing paper-based medical records? Do you see all these shelves on the walls? If you see all these shelves on the walls like it used to, and you don't see a computer, oh, well, chances are that everything has to do by hand. So there is no technology at all. So that's going to slow down the process. That's basically what it is. So be careful because technology is very important nowadays. It's gonna make your life a lot easier. And we're gonna see why. Answering services, remember these are these automated, answering services. So these phones are answered by operators. These are not operators that works with us. These are services that we pay, like internet. But instead of being internet, it's going to be the phone line that goes to these particular answering services, and they will router, your call. But it's going to have the menu there, and it's not someone answering immediately. So you have to respond to certain options on the menu. So that's basically what it is. The good thing about this is that, they're going to be there. And if it is an emergency, they're going to refer this message directly to the medical doctor. So the medical doctor can contact the patient or the family member. So those are the advantage. The other ones, they don't. The other ones, you have to come in the morning and, turn your machine on and play back all these messages and write them down on these message pads and then put it in any incoming message to whichever these messages are intended to go. So that's basically what it is. So once again, all this is just to facilitate communication, because we don't have someone who, see, back in the days, they have all these customer service operators that, that they were taking all these calls. So now you're going to save some money by having these operated systems instead. And you're not going to have anybody rude during that conversation, because you're just going to leave a message and you follow the instructions, whatever department you want to go to or leave the message or talk to. Then they will relay this information that you leave there to the appropriate, person or source. That's basically what it is. And they do this 24/7. 24/7. So if anything happens, if anything is serious, then these operators are going to, once again, they're going to transfer these calls, or they're going to transfer this message directly to the physician if it is an emergency. If it's not an emergency, well, at the next day, the doctor is going to see these messages, because the doctor is going to be receiving these messages in his own phone system. So it's just that the doctor is not responding directly. They receive the messages that are being forwarded to them from these answering services. So that's basically what it is. So the company pays the hospital or the medical office pays these answering services, so for them to deal with these callers. That's basically what it is. Automatic calling routing. Now, this is similar to the answering services. So the difference is that now, when you receive the call, you immediately sort that out and transfer that call to the source that is trying to be reached. So that's basically what it is. So let's say that I call to an office and says, okay, press 1 if you want to talk about billing department, press 2 if you want to talk to the physician, press 3 you want to talk to the nurse, press 4, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. And then I press the number and then start immediately dialing, routing that call to that particular office, department, or person that is going to be picking up the phone. Now, once again, you're going to encounter the situation in which the person is not available. Remember, nowadays, people do not pick up the phones. You wait for the message to start being delivered. If you see that this message is important to them, then they will pick up the phone or they will return your call. Other than that, they just leave the answering services to to pick up the message, and then you go over the message and you decide when you're going to call them. So that's basically what it is. So it's totally different from the other one's an operator. Okay, so you know what happened? Unbelievable. No excuses. I plugged my computer, but I did not plug the cable onto the outlet on the wall. So I did nothing, right? Oh my goodness, that is something else. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my apology again. This is going on all over. Now I thought that I was safe. So I put the cord right there on my computer, but I didn't do the other end to the outlet on the wall. So not good. Okay, so we were talking about this automatic call routing. So basically that's what it is. It just forward the calls to the line that you want to reach. That's basically what it is. Now, once again, there is a huge problem with technology. Once again, for the elderly or for someone who, you know, might have a language barrier. And one of the options is not the language that they speak. That's difficult. See, sometimes they have few languages available. If you speak Spanish for English, press 1, for Spanish, press 2. But sometimes they don't have more options. So what if I do speak Mandarin, Urdu? If I speak Italian, Portuguese, what am I gonna do? Not good, right? So again, it's difficult. A language barrier is difficult either way, whether you come in person or you do it online. But online is a lot more difficult because in person, at least, you can do some kind of body language and you can try to communicate somehow. You might get someone who help, right? Sometimes I get someone from the waiting area. But again, that is just, a last resort. So it's a little troublesome to go through these menus. I mean, it is for us, even though if we do speak the language, because it has all these menus and you dial in this and then there is another message and that message is going to send you to something else and something else and you get sick and tired. And finally, when you get, kind of through the line and start reading and nobody's there, says, oh, the person that you tried to reach is not available at this time, so please leave a message and your name and your phone number so we can contact you back. And that is it. So what are you gonna do? But that's the way, we connect and communicate nowadays. So we need to learn as medical professionals. We understand that it can be a burden, a troublesome for some people, but hey, what can we do? But we're going to use these services because we might be leaving messages on these particular lines or services. Call forward. So again, when you forward a call, we know already, you just transferring the call to that particular target or designated recipient, if you will. So I said right there, keeps the user from missing important calls when on the go. Well, yeah, we are doing all these tasks. We sometimes are here, we there. See, medical doctors, we don't stay in the same place all the time just because, you're working in an office. Does not imply that this doctor probably is also working in a hospital. So we're not gonna miss calls from hospital patients, from staff from the hospital, and from our own practice or the practice when you're working. I used to do that, work at the hospital, working in a clinic and, doing all this. So you need to be kind of, have these type of systems so they can relay all these messages. Not that you are going to get the system. No, it's that the company that is trying to reach you because these are outgoing calls. So they're going to try to reach you. And the only way that they can reach you is using any of these, communication systems. So that's basically what it is. So I'm not going to go in details for this because it is not necessary. If you have an answering services at your office, they're just going to show you how to retrieve those messages and how to use the system, which is very similar to just using your cellular phone. You just have a little features that are different, but you're going to see them. It's like using a computer. That's it. Caller ID, I mentioned this already. Remember, caller ID are very important for businesses because we need to know who's calling, particularly when this is a established client. We have these numbers already on file. So when the patient calls in, it just appears over there. Sometimes if the person who's calling is has not blocked the caller ID, then we're going to be able to see it. Otherwise, it's going to say that it is an identified caller, an unknown caller, if you will. So if I see an unknown caller on my phone, I just don't answer. I don't. If I see a number that I don't know where it's coming from, I just don't answer it. That's what caller IDs are so important. Because the same way that you receive real calls, you can receive, these funny calls, and you don't want to put yourself into that situation. So that's basically what it is. So you can identify who's calling, the name of the person, and then, you're just gonna answer the phone and you're gonna decide whether this patient actually wanted to reach your office or another department, so you can use any of the systems or take a message. So that's basically what it is. So the most important thing with caller IDs is to identify the person who's calling. That's how it is. Remember, regardless whether we're using cellular phones or we're using these answering services, we can block people. One of the things that we cannot block people is on these landline phones, because you have to call, some numbers to receive, to block calls from people who are not having caller ID. So that's very difficult. But for these new devices, new technology, they have ways of blocking. But if it is services, how are we going to block? So this is like for personal issues. Who is paying attention? Who's calling? No, the call is going to go through and they're going to try to speak to someone. And most of the time, there is a answering machine there and you have to leave voicemail. That's it. Whether you are interested in something. If you're not interested, then as soon as you see that these, that these answering services are, activated, so then you hang up. But for business purposes, we actually do not disable those caller ID or blocking people because it is a business phones. That goes mostly for personal or maybe very small businesses, because we don't know who's calling. Might be a real client. Remember, we have patients that are new patients. We have family members or someone who's calling on behalf of the patient. I have called many times on behalf of my mother. Sometimes, I use my mom's directory for her insurance, and through that directory, I found, like medical physicians that I want my mother to be seen, specialists for something. Because as I do, I don't go to see the same person all the time. I switch doctors all the time. Every year, I'm going to see a different doctor. I don't want the same doctor to see me again. I don't care. For my mom, I do the same. When I see that this particular medical doctor that is treating her cholesterol or whatever other issues she has, well, I just switch doctors to see. It's like instead of having a second opinion, I just move my mom to another doctor. So that's me. So when you call, they identify you. But I'm not a patient. My mom is. But we call in a different office, so they don't know us. So if we have a caller ID, then they're going to identify that this is a real person, that this is not a scammer or something like that. If they are picking up the phone. If it is the answering services, it doesn't matter. So the call is going to go through regardless. But that's how it works. So the most important thing is, using the caller ID. You're not going to have questions about this. It's just for you to be familiar. Even though if you are familiar already with these caller ID things, you probably use it. I block a lot of people. Whenever I don't like something, I block it. If I don't recognize the number, scam, block it. Cellular phones. Now is the era of the cellular phones. Who doesn't have a cellular phone now? It is ridiculous, so to speak, to just see even the little kids have a cellular phone, has a tablet. So everybody's ready. So these new kids that are growing up with these devices in their hands, they're going to be very good at it. See, my son, he's 22, my youngest, and he's been using phones since I remember. He's the one who, when I ever have a little trouble with my phone, he said, "Oh, Daddy, you're too old. You see, you don't know how to use cellular phones. This is easy. Listen, you just go here in the menu and do this, go to setting and do, okay, that's what I have you. That's what I pay you, school, right? So do it for me." But what I'm trying to tell you is there are certain things just go beyond what we can do. But it has a lot of features. Do we use all the features in those phones? No. But they're very important. My mom is 90 years old. She has a cellular phone. She's been having a cellular phone for the past 15, 20 years, something like that. She doesn't like it because the only thing that she can do is just answer the phone, or that she used to could call people. But it has to be a simple phone. She doesn't like a phone that is too complicated because then she doesn't know how to do. She doesn't know how to do FaceTime. So somebody else has to, answer her phone and put her on the phone when I want to talk to her, whenever she's not with us. So what I'm trying to tell you is, like, for elderly people or for people who are not used to this technology, it's going to be hard. Don't believe me. Same with computers. We're trying to reach that part. So asking these people to use the cellular phones to retrieve their messages, to send a voicemail, or to send a text message, or to do an email, well, ain't happening. So that's what they call from their landline, or they just have a cellular phone, but they don't know how to retrieve messages sometimes. Remember, these phones nowadays, if you want to retrieve a message, if you have created a passcode for your messages, something like that, you're probably not going to be able to retrieve those messages. So once again, it is very, very important to understand all this, because people nowadays going to be calling us, or we are going to be calling from devices that are called cellular phones. Remember, technology has advanced so much on cellular phones. I remember the first cellular phones that we have. I remember the first one that I have was a Motorola. That was the size of a brick. I think that I needed an assistant to carry the phone, has a big antenna with him. And the only thing that you can do is to make and receive calls. Do you remember that? Maybe some of you have that phone just to have fun. Because remember, cellular phones, they are not that old. This is not something that has been going on for a long time. No. And the first telephones, they were just to receive calls and make calls. Then they add messaging system. Then the advent of the internet. Now we can do a lot of more things. So now the phones needs to be changed because those phones that we used to use just to receive or make calls, they're not good anymore, right? So now you can go internet, you can play music, you can play games, you can, oh, what is it that you cannot do? It is just a portable computer, if you will. So everybody now communicates through cellular phones. I mentioned it yesterday. I did have a landline. Of course, you have to have a phone line here, and there were no cell phones. But from the moment that I have my cellular phone, I want to shut down. We kept it a little longer for my mom because she likes to stay in our places. She goes to my sister's, to my home. So into her home. She has a home in Long Island. But we don't want her to be just alone over there. So I say, hey, you can come stay in my place. You can go stay in my sister's place. And we have to have a landline from her for her. Then, she learned how to use cellular phones. So no more landline. It's gone. Technology. So we got to get used to. That's how it is. So we can sometimes, doctor's offices. I remember one of the doctors that I worked for, like maybe 10 years ago, we were using cellular phones. We no longer have a landline because we took the cellular phone with us. So if it's somebody called, not that you're going to be 24/7 answering the phones, but if we receive a message or something like that from the doctors, or from the patients, we have it in our phones. So that's basically what it is. So if it was an emergency, then we, kind of transfer this call or relay this message to someone who was on call, or direct the patient to go to the emergency. So that's basically what it is. Pagers. Remember, these are something like, I haven't seen them anymore, but they're still there, not as the ones that I, encounter when I start working the hospital, but modern. Now they have different features. I haven't seen them because now almost everybody has a cellular phone. So the reason that the pagers were used in medical setting, well, before was because you didn't have any other way to communicate. So they have a pager, and then, wherever you were at, you're not going to get distracted. Let's say I'm a medical doctor. I'm doing the rounds in the hospital, 1 in the morning, 7 in the morning, at any time. So somebody calls in. So I just have, this pager running and like beeping. And then, a number shows up over there. And then you're going to go to a phone number, to a phone. And then you're going to dial this number and you're going to contact the person. So this is just like a relay system device. Somebody call you, you see like it vibrates, and then you see the number, and then you're gonna call the person. That basically what it is. Then the newer ones that they have access to internet. Back in the days, we couldn't send message through that pager. You don't. Can you imagine? That will be cool, but no, you couldn't send no message. Nowadays, or the newer ones, probably they do. I used it a couple of times, I remember, when I was on call, but other than that, I didn't use those things because we didn't have cellular phones. And when we have the cellular phones right after, then we weren't allowed to use the cellular phones because the cellular phones, you are talking, you get distracted. You don't want to be using cellular phones in your medical setting. So you have to use a pager, and then you go through a quiet place when the landline phone was at, and then you contact the person that is contacting you. And that's it. So you don't get distracted. Can you imagine you're in the middle of the surgical procedure, or in the middle of an examination, and then your phone rings, and then you pick up your phone, and well, no, here it's just gonna vibrate, and you just look at the number, and they said, oh, I'm gonna call them back later when I get available, but you got the message, not the message, well, the number. Now, once again, they have access to internet, and you can text through this device. So that's basically what it is. You're not gonna encounter this, you're not gonna need this, so cellular phones will be the way to go. Fax machines. Well, fax machines still active in medical offices because fax machines is where you actually physically gonna send papers. It's like sending a photocopy of your documents to another office. So we used to do that a lot, and still, I remember, applying for a job, and then I have to fax my resume. I was like, okay, now everything is through emails. See, things have changed. And if I didn't have a fax machine, then I have to go to one of those, places where they have these fax services. So again, in the office is very important because sometimes we have to fax documents to a referring physician, to the laboratory, to the hospital, to other departments. So that's a way of communication. One of the things that we have to be very careful when we are using fax machines is the confidentiality, aspect of it. So remember, these are documents that you're gonna be sending out, and someone who is in that office who is not intended to receive this document probably is gonna see it and is gonna read it and is going to be, getting involved in things that you're not supposed to. So let me explain to you. You work in Clinic A. Now you send in a document to Clinic B. These are two separate, different locations. Now, the document that you send right here has personal information. Now, in this office, we don't have like a fax machine in every single office. Every single office has their own fax machine, and only the people that I'm sending these faxes are the only ones who are going to pick this paper, this fax. No, probably there are other people, the secretaries, anyone who's working there can see the paper, the fax coming in because they are faxing something else and they find the fax. And we are very curious, right? We like to read stuff. So these faxes are protected by HIPAA because there are personal protected information there. So in these faxes, you have to put the cover letter. And the cover letter, which is the first page that you're going to put there, not only you're going to write down the number of pages and to whom these fax is going to go to, but also has to have a watermark that says confidential. You have to see the watermark right there on top of the paper that it says across the paper, confidential. So that's basically what it is. So that means that you cannot read it. You can't just send a fax without the cover letter or without the watermark that says confidential. So usually what we do is, at the moment that I'm gonna send a fax from office A to office B, what I do is I call them prior. Says, call the office, Dr. B, and I said, hey, I'm gonna be sending you a fax from this particular patient right now. So what I'm trying to tell you is 10 right by the fax machine so you can pick them up. Because if you start sending faxes and faxes, and then, somebody else can pick them up and somebody else can read the information that is supposed to be confidential. So that is the drawback of fax machines. They are very useful. They've been being used for a long time. It is better than sending email. Can you imagine by the time then I, put these papers on an envelope and then I put a stamp and then I send it to the mail, or having someone to deliver it, it's going to take time. Whereas if I just fax it, but you got to make sure that you got to tell someone over there to pick up that paper. And we are in the office and we have a fax machine. And if there are some faxes right there, we should not gonna go there and try to read what it is. If we are looking for something that was sent to us, then we're gonna remove everything that doesn't belong to us, because on the cover letter it says to whom these documents are for, and it says confidential. You put it to the side and then you look through your papers. Remember, there's got to be a cover letter, and that's what you're gonna pick. And they're gonna tell you how many pages, so you don't have to be scrolling over there trying to figure it out. Is that for the same patient? Is this, and starting to read? No, it's gonna say that there are 5 pages attached, including the cover letter. So then you're gonna look for 4 pages because the cover letter just doesn't count. And then you said, okay, 4, 5 with the cover letter, so I don't have to look through any other papers. Whatever other papers there, not interested. So that is one of the, once again, of the issues that we have with the faxes, but fax machines are considered very, very important in our office. Now, with the advent of scanners, now photocopiers have scanners as well. So we can scan documents. So still, we don't know these documents, where they're gonna end up. If that office is, these machines are shared by someone else, we don't want our personal protected information to be disclosed. Because remember, you gotta violate HIPAA. So that's basically what it is. So very important. So if you have a question regarding the fax machines, remember, one of the things that you have to understand is patient's confidentiality. Usually the fax machine has to have a cover letter with a watermark that it says confidential. So those are the things that you need to understand. I told you the story about it, so you can keep it in mind. Just in case you have to send a fax, you never know. You might be asked to send a fax. Remember, you have to dial the number of the other person, but you call them in advance before you're gonna send this. And then you're gonna make sure that you receive a confirmation. There is a confirmation sheet that you're gonna receive that the fax was sent. And then you're gonna call them again. First, you're gonna call them to let them know that you sent them a fax. Then you're gonna call them to find out whether they received the fax. I just sent the fax. Did you receive it? But you have a confirmation sheet that you sent it, so you're gonna keep that with you. Because if the doctor, whoever asks you to send this fax, says, oh, they didn't receive the message, did you send the fax? Well, yeah, I sent it. What is the confirmation? So you keep all the confirmation faxes. This is like the receipts that you put on the store. Remember, this is a proof that you actually sent it. So be careful with that. As soon as you finish transmitting this fax, then you have to press the button when it says print confirmation sheet, and then that's what you're gonna do. Got it? So it's very important. There are little details. Probably you're not gonna encounter this, but 50% of the chances that you will have a fax machine in your office. Because that's the way to go now. That's the way that you're gonna, send information. And this is personal protected information, because you might be contacted by third parties like the insurance company. And they need the patient's, ID, or the patient's insurance card, or patient's encounter form. We're going to talk about all of those terms when we get to medical records and insurance. So that's basically how it works. So telephones. So this is a fax machine. Sometimes, once again, these fax machines can be dual operators, has copier, and all the stuff. Because copiers are other tools that we use a lot in the office, right? So that's basically what it is. But this is to transmit these information. It's a way of communication. Copiers are not. Copiers is just making copies so we can keep on file something, and we might give the copy to the patient and we keep the originals. Or the patient wants a copy of the results, so we just make a copy, give it to the patient, and we keep the originals. All the patient brings documentation, we make copies, we file on the medical records, and we return the patient the originals. So that's basically what it is. So it's, but the photocopier is not something that we deal here, because this is something that you're gonna be communicating with the patient, transmitting information, phones, faxes, that's a different issue. Long distance calls. Now, probably you're not gonna encounter this issue. Maybe you will. Remember, interstate is not a long distance. Long distance is not, oh, I'm calling to, California. That is within the states. So it's not a local, but it's not an international call. So it won't reflect on your bill. So nowadays, that's not the case. So when you do an international call, then it's a different issue, because they're gonna have these extra fees charged to your account. So that's different. But when we have long distance calls, well, first of all, you're gonna check, you gotta check the policies for these telephone conversations that are considered long distance. So you just need to figure it out how that works. Most of the time, we don't have someone. They calling us, not us calling them. Because remember, most of the time, if it is really important, the medical doctor probably is going to address those situations. Or having a conference or anything like that. So usually, no, international calls don't apply. But for this long distance that is state-wise, or, based on the states of the country, now you just need to check to make sure that you're gonna have the correct area code, or we call it. Remember, we usually have a directory of the person or the company that we are intended to contact. So that's basically what it is. So, or we can just send in a different, we can reach them differently through emails or any other type of communication. So that's basically what it is. So the most important thing right here is just to understand that, sometimes you might have someone calling you long distance, calling you from another state, or calling you international. Just check the policies of your organization, how they deal with. Most of the things you don't have to deal with. If you're working in a hospital, you are not getting involved with international or long distance calls, because you are not the customer service. You are going to be the clinical person. So this will be something, administrative task will be something that you're not going to be doing. And this is something that you will not be asked on exams. It's just part of, this chapter that, have to go over. Time zones. One of the things that I consider important for the time zones is that, the times changes in between regions. See, there is a regulation, or there is it's not a law, it is a mandate in which collectors, collections, you should not do collections after 6 p.m. You should not make collections before 7 a.m. You should not call people to make collections on Sundays, on weekends, if you will, holidays. So the problem is that if someone is calling from California, they have a time zone that is different. So when in California might be, 11 in the morning, here it is like 7 p.m. So then he said, oh, this person's violating. So just to give you an example. So sometimes somebody calls at this time, you write down the date and the time that the person called, but then the person says, no, I was calling you at this time. I have also records that I call you at this time. Now, in order for you to kind of understand this and not to discuss or argue with the other person, is to ask, where are you calling from? See, I was talking once with someone from car insurance, and he says, "Oh, well, what are you calling me at this time?" It was like at 8 p.m. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Where are you currently?" I said, "I'm in New York." Since says, "Oh, I'm in this particular place." I said, like, that's why. You do have a different time zone. So that's one of the reasons that I want to bring this up. So hopefully you're not going to encounter these situations, because most of your clients in a hospital, they do not call you long distance. They are from the area. Sometimes they are from the same neighborhood. Unless it is a hospital, then you come from different places. But if it is a clinic, most of the patients, generally, not say all of them, most of them might be from that area, because usually commute wise, convenience, you want to have your medical doctor close to your area. So that's basically it. So this is just for you to understand, when someone kind of argues or someone calls at the last minute, it's 5 p.m. and they try to reach you because before you close, they say, "Oh, I was just trying to reach you guys." I said, "Oh, but listen, we're close already." "Yeah, I'm calling from." Well, try to figure it out where they're calling from, because they are not in the same time zone. So if we don't have the same time zone, then it's going to be difficult, and you're not going to be arguing with these people. So just for you to be familiar, just in case. Any questions? You're not going to be asked about time zones either. Wrong numbers. Okay, let's say that you call to a number and the person says, "Oh, I'm sorry, you have the wrong number." Well, do not argue with these people. Do not think that they just pretending to say that the wrong number, the number is wrong. So be careful. So just apologize for it. Says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to reach this place." You kind of reassure these people that, or it's the same when they call us. "Oh, I have people sending me messages, and those messages are not for me." Because remember, these phone numbers that we have in this country, these are recycling numbers. So whenever a phone is recycled, meaning I left the phone, I'm not using the phone, I pick up another phone, that number is going to go to someone else. And if someone else is trying to reach them and they did not, were informed that the number was changed, or they just didn't know anything, they just gonna send you a message, or they're gonna try to call you. So when I have some of those messages, you know what? Actually respond back to them and say, "Oh, listen, I recently got this new number, so this number belongs to someone else. So try to, figure it out." Sometimes have, medical doctors calling my phone that I have an appointment. Okay. So I responded back to them. I said, you have reached a different person. This is, a new assigned phone. So try to reach your clients through, the contact, emergency contact, or email them, or send them a letter. That's the way that we reach people. Probably the person changed the numbers because now I'm the new owner of this number. I take the time because I know this is important. This is a medical doctor trying to make an appointment, or confirming an appointment, or reminding someone of an appointment, because that's what we do over the phone. So I take the time. I just don't ignore the call. Generally, if I see something calling or something, well, usually I do not pick up the call. But if it is important, they're going to leave a message. If the message is not for me, then I return the message back. So that's what I do. So we should do the same here. We should, just apologize if, we dialing the wrong number or someone calling and that's not the number. That's why I was telling you yesterday, before you put them on hold, let them talk. You might be reaching the wrong area, the wrong facility, so you're not giving the chance. And now you're gonna keep insisting calling, and you're gonna say, "Oh no, that's the wrong number, so I'm not gonna. That's the same person is asking the same thing." And no, make sure that you kind of redirect these people so they don't have to call you anymore, but do it in a very professional way. So that's basically what it is. Now it says right there, if wrong number is reached long distance, call the operator and ask for a credit on the phone bill. Well, usually that if somebody's calling you, well, they are the one who has to call. But if we are calling a number and it's a long distance, how can you call a long distance and you know the phone numbers? We have a directory in the office. And the only way that you can make a mistake is like if you're not paying attention to what you're doing. Because immediately gonna say you're gonna call this, and if you call someone that is long distance, then you should know. It says right there, where is the patient located? Or where is this person or your client located? And you will know because you have those policies right there in your office that you're gonna be calling long distance or internationally. Remember, most of these offices and hospitals, they do not contact people international unless the higher level, but that's not us. So in our level, we are not confronted with these issues. So forget about this. You just have to be professional, polite when you talk to patients. Make sure that you focus on whatever they are asking you. You have the right answer. If you don't have the answer, you get someone else who can assist the patients better. So that's basically what is the purpose of all these conversations. Now we have different ways, different systems that we can be reached or we can reach the patients. If if the patient is not available, the client is not available, then we're gonna leave a message, different ways of leaving a message. So again, so that's the whole purpose of communication, because in the medical field, if you don't communicate with your patients, that is called abandonment. So patient has an appointment, the patient failed to show up to the appointment, the patient is no show, or the patient canceled the appointment, but you didn't reschedule the patient. That's called malpractice. That's called negligence. That's called a lawsuit. You abandon the patient. You are not returning the patient's call on time. That's abandonment. So we have certain time frame in which we have to return those calls. And those are 24 hours, except for weekends, particularly when the offices are closed. That's why the medical assistant, whoever is in charge, at the moment that you open your office, you have to go there and turn all the equipment on. If you turn them off the night before or the shift before, now you have to go there to the answering services and pick up all the message. Someone is in charge. You can't just ignore who called and who left the message. You have to make sure that you do that. And you write them down on those message pads, and then you put it in the incoming message for the person that this message is intended to be delivered to. That's what we need to understand. So that's what is so important. We're going to see later on in medical records, in law and ethics, that not returning the calls to the patients, that can cause a problem for the office. If something happens to the patient, everything is going to go back to the office where the patient is being seen, because we need to know what happened to the patient. How those calls were handled, how those return calls, those follow-up calls. You can't just say, oh, well, the patient has not called us, and the patient is taking medications, and patient has this medical condition. And well, if they don't call us, there's nothing we can do. No, we have to follow up with them because that's our job. And we're going to call them in a professional way. We're not going to say, hey, Mr. Mrs. Smith, what's going on with you? You were supposed to be here in an appointment such day. You have an appointment. You didn't cancel. You didn't call. What's wrong with you? We're going to charge you for that. That's not the way that you're going to talk to them. And that's the way that some people do. That's not the way of contacting or talking to your patients. You have to be very professional. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. This is Alberto from Dr. A's office. I know here that, according to my records, you have an appointment 3 days ago on Monday at this time, but you weren't able to attend. You're not going to ask why. This is none of your business. You have to ask, when are you available? We need to reschedule this. When are you available to reschedule this appointment? That's what you have to tell them. Not asking why you missed the appointment. This is none of your business. You have to offer solutions. So that's basically what is important with all these lessons, for you to know how you're going to address this situation. Not only what you have to say when you call them, but how you have to respond when they call you, or when something like this happens. Remember, whether the patient misses an appointment or they call at the last minute that I cannot make it, we are always going to offer them to reschedule, always, without questioning why did you miss or you were late for the appointment. No, we're going to see that too. So be careful with all that, because that is a no-no. Remember, we are not the parents from the patient, they are our clients. So we have to treat them as such. Conference calls. Oh, once again, most of these things are already planned ahead. The doctor is going to tell you if they have a conference call. So the only reason what they telling you that they have a conference call is because they don't want to be disturbed. They are busy. They're like, we are in a meeting. And it depends on who's going to be in that conference call, whether it's local, whether it's international, long distance, whatever the case may be. So now, usually the medical assistant don't set up these these conferences. But if you have to do it, then you have to ask someone else who's working there. Probably the medical doctor is going to assist you. You have a conference call services, then you have to call them so they can make arrangements for that. And if you have to do it, then you have to learn how to do it. So that's basically what it is. Here, the most important for you is that when the doctor says that they are in a meeting, or they tell you, I don't want any calls. I'm not expecting any calls. See, when we arrive to the office, the first thing that I tell everyone before after I greet them, I said, I'm expecting calls from this person, so I'll let them know. And I write it down. So this person is supposed to be calling me. This person is supposed to be calling me. I'm not expecting calls from anyone today. I'm not taking calls from anyone today. So again, we're gonna go over the pharmaceutical reps a little bit further. Because that's another thing with the pharmaceutical reps, Remember, every single time that we interrupt the doctor, The doctor is gonna fall back with the patients. That means that you will not be leaving at the time that you were supposed to be leaving. If the office closes at 5, and because all these interferences, all these calls, all these calls that have not been correctly rerouted, then you're gonna have problems because now you're gonna have to stay late. And you cannot make no excuses. Oh, I don't want to stay. Well, you know what? It's part of your fault because you didn't know how to handle these callers. That's why you have to be brief when you contacting your clients or when you're receiving calls. You have to be brief. You cannot spend too much time with them. You cannot start talking about your personal issues either, because that's gonna take time, and that time you can use to keep up with the work from that day. Otherwise, later on, you're gonna stay there. The doctor is gonna say goodbye, close the office, and you're gonna stay there. And if you don't do it, then you know what's gonna happen. So be careful with all this. So most of the time, the doctor arrange these conference calls. This is just for you to have an idea. But other than that, now we have different, conference calls are so easy. We use all these applications like Zoom, like Teams, like, Meeting to Go. There are tons of applications. So usually, you might be doing that. This is like this class. This is like having a conference call right now. So they're gonna send then an invitation and they're gonna give you the link of who, you're gonna invite, or the email or the phone number. So that's how you're gonna connect with them. So it won't be difficult. So that's what I'm, trying to explain to you. No worries, no conference calls will be included in your exams. Operator assisted calls and services. Well, sometimes we'll have, the best way will be person to person, right? You call, the operator answers after the phone rings few times, hopefully. And then, they reroute it to whatever you want to do. Because remember, the operator is not the one who is usually going to answer your questions. It is the person that is going to relay your call, or is going to transfer your call, or is going to reroute your call to someone else. So that would be great, right? That someone is there, picking up the phone and right away take care of our business. Unfortunately, nowadays, it doesn't happen. Billing to a third party. So if you do billing person to person, that's nice. Hey, I'm calling this person directly and the person answers. I deliver the message. Work is done. You want to ask questions? You want to have some issues about billing? So billing to a third party, that means we are going to bill the patient. You are going to bill, we're going to bill the insurance company. We're going to bill a family member which are a dependent. So those are the cases. So we are third parties, someone else who's not you, who's not the clinic, is another associate business that is working with us. So if we're going to bill someone, see, the first party is the patient, but the patient only can pay credit card, debit card, or cash, meaning check, money order, all that include. So that will be kind of, we're dealing directly. But when I have to submit a claim to a third party to pay for your services, then we have to do all these calls. Collect calls, the same thing. Remember, the collect calls are not done directly by the office. We pay a collecting agency when your account goes, past due more than 90 days. Then you start receiving. Then we pass these past due fees, we pass to a collection agency. Our collection agency called me for something that I don't even know where it come from because it wasn't for me, but I know how that works. So again, these are calls that we do to a third party, remember. So it's not the office calling you directly. It's a company that we hire that is called a collection agency, and they are going to contact on your behalf. So they're going to be calling you on the behalf of the company or the person that you want the money. Requests for time and charges. Now, again, this has to do mostly with insurance companies because we're going to charge for, whatever time we spend with the patient. Remember, patients spend between 10 minutes, an hour. We're talking about in regular routine situations. A follow-up appointment, a minor surgical procedure, like pap smear, like an EKG, like a drawing blood, all those things, we charge for those. Every single thing that we order in the hospital, in the clinic, we charge for it. These are services. We are using your services, the medical assistant to draw blood. We are using tubes. We are using gauze. We are using the Band-Aid. We are using the tourniquet. We are using the sharps container. We are using the needles. Oh, hello. Keep on going. That's a lot. So that's not free. So we charge for everything. So we request for time and charges. Time that we spend with the patient and charges for the services provided. That's what I was telling you, that when the patient comes into the office for the first time, when they register, you have to tell them up front, and every single time thereafter, if the patient is going to go for a procedure, you have to make sure that you tell the patient that part of the services fees are going to be paid by the insurance, but whatever is not paid by the insurance, they are responsible for those charges. Remember, many people think that because I have insurance, the insurance is going to cover full amount of the services. That's not true. That is not true. So again, that happens when we get to the medical insurance. We're going to discuss that, but we're discussing here time and charges. But time and for what? And charges for what, right? So I have to explain it to you. So the time that we have spent with the services or calling someone, see, if you're making a long distance or international phone call, you have to pay per time, per minute. So if that was the case, see, certain calls placed from hotels. When you are going to a conference or you go to a symposium, when you go to all these places and, they pay you for, your hotel, your plane tickets or train tickets or whatever the case may be, all these phone calls that we make from hotels, because the phone calls from hotels are not free. You have to pay for services. It's like your lunch is not included. Maybe for currency, you might have breakfast, but that's not the point. We are not making arrangements to stay in a hotel. No, but services that we are using, for the purpose of our work, we have to pay for them. So we can place calls for that. Okay. See, I'm going to conferences to different states and, the hospital pays for it. They send me over there, offer some training, send me over there. They pay for everything. But, there are calls that you need to, the charges, because they said, oh, you spend this much money, but what about these phone bills that they receive? So those calls, you are responsible. So conference calls, once again, depends on where the calls are made of from and who's calling, who's joining the conference calls. Well, there is always charges. Some international calls, we talk about that. So again, I think that I make a little boo-boo right here with the collect calls. You're not making sure that I'm doing the right thing. The collect calls are those 800 numbers. Sometimes I remember that back in the days, still they have these collect calls. I use collect calls like few times in my, when I didn't have international calls. So I make a collect call. No, these are collect calls, meaning these are the calls that you do not have services for it. So you have to call collect. So then you pay for it. I was thinking about, because I saw billing and third party, I said like, okay, collect calls, wait a minute. That sounds like not right. But you should be aware, and whenever I say something, just bring it up. I'm not perfect. So if I make a little mistake, collect calls, yes, when you do collections, but it was like not making a little sense. So then I remember I said, okay, wait a minute. We're talking about collect calls, not collection calls. See? So that's basically what it is. So some international calls, well, you have to pay extra fee for international calls and for the time that you spend with those collect calls. So that's basically what it is. Credit for wrong numbers. Remember, sometimes you dial the wrong number and they're going to charge you for that. So yes, that's what probably is this asking right there. So I don't deal much with these phones, calls, and things like that. I remember when they charged me extra that I went overseas. I usually travel to Italy because my son's mother, is from there. So I traveled to Italy and, I did some phone calls from there. Well, I used my phone and I was so happy. I said, wow, I have international calls. They are free. They weren't free. Then I have on my bill that I did international calls and some roaming and some extra charges. That was the last time that I used my phone when I was there. So basically, that's what it's trying to tell you. So if we do international calls from our phone, from our office, you have to justify the phone call. If that was merit, the phone call, it was needed, or it was a mistake. Remember, if it is a mistake, then you have to call the company and, tell the story and try to get credits for those wrong numbers dialed. Sometimes they kind of waive some of the money. Sometimes, depends on the time. Because remember, when it's a wrong call, it's like not even few minutes. Because by the time that is dialing, it's not charging. It's after the other person picks up the phone or the answer service get activated. That's when the time start running. So they're going to notice, but if you spend 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, that's not a wrong number. So that's basically what I'm trying to tell you. So we can get credits, but these are calls. Remember that we do, because this is the class for the telephone usage that we do. Telephone directories, once again, we have to have in our office a directory. Now, we no longer use these yellow pages. Remember back in the day, well, not even far away from, not even long ago, I might say, we have these yellow pages or these Verizon or whatever other name they have, New York, directory and Verizon or whatever the name is. That we went over there through the white pages and the yellow pages, business and private. So yeah, that was a way that we used to find numbers where we're gonna call. So this is no longer used. I haven't seen these yellow pages booklets at all. It's been a long time, and I haven't used them for a long time. I totally forgot about them. But this lecture is still talking about this. I don't know why. It should be removed by now because we don't use those. I don't know if you ever use, one of you use this, but that was back in the days that we call, to look for a referring doctor or offices that are located close to where the patient wants to go to do the imaging reports and the exams and the procedures. So we want to give them the address. So we just went over these yellow pages. Now we don't have to do that. We go to the internet and that's it. Or we have the address, or we call the office by the phone and says, what is your address? And we just give the address to the patient. But sometimes we have to look for things because these insurance companies didn't have these directories because we didn't have so many insurance companies, particularly Medicaid. It was just plain Medicaid. There was no Health Plus, Metro Plus, Fidelis, and new whatever other insurances that are being attached to these governmental insurances. So we wouldn't worry. It was just Medicaid and Medicare. There's nothing else attached to it. So now we have a bunch of or insurances. So each one of them, they give us the directory. So we're going to have the directory. Back in the day, they gave us the directory and the patient received the directory in paper, just like the yellow pages booklet. Now it's not like that. Now it is online. So if you need something, now you go online and you get it right there. You have to have a directory for the places that you call continuously. That's a different issue. Oh, I need to know where Dr. C is at. This is the cardiologist. Oh, Dr. C, cardiologist, good. So we have when we do referrals. Where is the gastroenterology doctor is? Oh, Dr. G. Well, then we're going to send it to this person. We have the information. We're calling them because we're referring continuously. The pharmacy numbers. Of course, we deal with this pharmacy continuously. So we have the numbers from them. We need to do referrals. You need to change the medication. You need to stop a refill from being disclosed, or we don't want this. So we call from the office. So we have to have these numbers. There are certain numbers that we have. These imaging centers, when we're going to send for EKG, when we're going to send for MRIs, CAT scans, sonograms, X-rays. So we're going to send them over there because we have the numbers, we have the addresses. We are going to have this information. So that's basically what it is. And many other agencies that we might need to refer our patients to, or we need information or certain guidelines, and we call them, like the CDC, for new medications, new vaccines, things like that. So, but most of the time we use, the website, because now we have, once again, internet, and then we could do a lot of stuff. So emergency services, these are the things that we do have to have. Just in case something happened, we have to have an emergency number. Most of the clinics, well, think about this. Just let's rewind a little bit. If you work in a hospital, we have an emergency department within the hospital. Do we have to call emergency services? Definitely not. So we're just gonna bring the patient to the emergency. But if we are in a clinic when we don't have emergency services, then we are going to call the emergency department. We're going to call the ambulance, and then we're going to call the emergency department to tell them that we are referring a patient to be prepared to receive a patient with this particular condition. So that's basically what it is. We have to have those numbers. Service calls. Service calls is for maintenance. Well, the EKG machine is not working. Well, we need someone to come and fix it. So we have services maybe from the vendors or maybe some private companies that is doing maintenance to our equipment. Something got broken. Oh, you have to call the plumber and the building is not responsible for that, or the building has someone else, but you have to call them, right? So again, we're gonna have dialing instructions. Of course, whenever we have these directories, we need to know whether the call is international, is local, is long distance. Where are we calling? We need to have these area codes. And remember, sometimes, making an international call is not that easy. I know that because I call internationally. So sometimes, if I have to call Italy, Spain, most of the time, Portugal, Brazil, well, we have different area codes. And if you don't dial the correct area code, probably you're going to get some charges because you call in another place and they're going to charge you for it. So in our workplace, we need to do that. It's like your phone number. You have to give the area code whenever you call. If your number starts for 347, well, you have to say 347. If it is 646, you have to say 718. If it is 212, 201, depends on where you're calling, we have different area codes. It is so that sometimes by just seeing the area code, we know where the patient is calling, what is the person or the client is calling from. 518, which is Washington, and it's not exactly the White House that is calling me. So immediately I said, oh, wait a minute, these people is calling me from this area. So again, very important to know area codes. Newcomers information, this is for the new people that we getting into our office, or someone who is not identified as a client yet, or a patient. Remember, newcomer information is, someone that is probably coming, they have made an appointment for the first time, they're gonna register, so we're gonna keep that information with us. And we have to have it because if it is a new client, see, the school has to call potential students. They call very, trying to figure it out if they can join the school, and they ask about this program. Then we ask you your information. What's your name? Where is, your phone number, your email, and then, we go from there, and then we start calling you. Why? Because you're probably gonna join the program. Well, probably you're gonna be one of the patients from this place. Community services numbers. These are the places where we're gonna refer our patients, like nursing homes, like libraries, like these senior centers, these freestanding, places when they give you like medications, vaccinations for free. So there are lots of community services out there. So if the patient is having some issues, maybe there is a counselor, then, you might go see it. And they have these freestanding services centers where, it's just, you go there and it is for free. They don't charge you most of the time. And other information that people want. See, it sounds like not related, but libraries, we have to have phone numbers from the libraries in our neighborhood. The senior centers. I haven't heard about senior centers much, but some of them being closed, but we need to know those. Some rehab centers, some addiction centers for drug abuse. So some hotline numbers for sexual abuse. So These are community services numbers. Poison control. Very important that we have to have all those. Now, once again, all this it is, ups and downs. And if depends what you're calling, they might charge you depending of, the time that you're going to spend with those calls, or they have certain regulations for that. So that's basically what's telling you right there. But remember, if you're using some services for, like the phone services, the internet services, and you go extra services, you add certain features to your services, well, you have to pay for it. So it depends on how often you use it or the time that you're going to use it, then, they might have charges for you. Remember, that's like your phone services. You want your phone services with this package that has international calls, that has long distance calls, that has, unlimited calls and text message and all that stuff and internet. Well, it's going to cost you more if you just want a basic plan. So for these companies that we do business with in our organizations, well, we look at a plan where they give us a package where it's a lot cheaper than buying, these services individually. So that's basically what it is. So very important that we understand all that. Personal phone directory. Now, that's for you. You need to know who your boss numbers, your coworkers numbers, just in case something happened. See, you try to reach the doctor or the office manager and they are not available. You tried all of them. What if you don't have any of them? See, I have the phone numbers from the director, the owner of the place, and those are the most important ones. And a couple of customer service. So if I need to contact one of them and the other one is not there, I contact them, the last time, the least that I do is, just to try to. And it depends what is the situation, right? If it is something that has to be dealt by the top person on the ladder, well, I'm going to call them. If it's not, I'm just going to go, basic. You have to follow the chain of command. So you have to respect that too. So you're going to have a list of all these phone numbers because you might need them. There is nothing worse than needing a contact number for someone and not having it at hand in that particular time, because we never know what's going to happen. Oh, never miss my work. Oh, I never get sick. Well, that's impossible. Well, probably up to now you have not gotten sick, but hey, chances are you're not late. Oh, something happens in traffic, you can control it. Then you have a number you can call. So it is important to have the phone numbers of the people that you are working with, not from everyone, but at least, your office manager, your supervisor, and the medical doctor. It is important that you have this. Because usually we have the numbers of our peers right there with the one that we're hanging around, but then sometimes they can do much because this has to be dealt with a different level. We are higher rank, if you will. So that's how it works. Okay, summary. So once again, the most important thing right here is, how to handle these calls. You have to do it on time. You have to focus on your patients. You have to actively listen. You have to you have to focus on where you're talking and just give time to that caller at that particular time. You should not be multitasking when you're doing something. So that's basically what it is. Be courteous, be patient, because that's one of the things that we lose very easily. Being patient. You have to be patient. You have to be professional. You have to be cordial. You have to introduce yourself. So basically, effective communication cannot happen otherwise. When you call, the patients call in, when you call the patients, you have to follow the same policy, the same telephone etiquettes. So that's basically what it is. Because our job is to be concerned about our clients, not anything else. We have to be prepared. We have to be ready. We have to know if we don't know what answer we're going to give to the patient, it's better not to volunteer to say anything. Look for someone else who can help you better, always. Particularly when you have these angry patients, these upset patients, these combative patients. It's not easy. So understand that every single information that the patients give you, remember, is considered confidential. Be empathetic all the time. Empathy is one of those things that kind of, encloses everything that I have been saying now. Being cordial, being nice, being polite, being professional, good positive attitude. That is empathy. Just think that, the person that I'm speaking to, it is me, it is family member. And I will treat them the way that I would like to be treated, period. That's what we have to think about it. If we don't follow that, then we're going to have issues. Remember, we are in an office to assist, to help. If you're not going to help me, don't make things worse. Be reliable. We need to count on you when we need you. So that's basically what it is. When it comes to communication, remember, we're going to have all these equipment at our office. Learn how to use it. If it does part of your tasks, learn how to use it. It's not just how to use the EKG machine, how to use the blood pressure cuff. No. It's not just that. You might need to know how to use the answering machine, how to pick up the messages, how to write them down on a message pad, how to leave a voicemail, how to send an email, how to send a text message to a patient. Remember, these are not your friends, so you have to be very specific and very professional and use the correct grammar. You can't tell a patient, hey, what's up? You don't say hey to a patient. Dear Mr. or Mrs. Smith, hi, Mr. Smith. This message is regarding this, or that. Not hey, or hey, you. Remember, we have to call the patients by their last name. Adults. Children, we call it by the first name. So that's basically what's important. Now, when you leave in a message, something that I didn't see now before we go break is like, when you leave a message, you do not leave a message that has sensitive information there or protected information over there. So first you have to verify who you're talking to. See, let's say somebody is calling. Well, somebody can pick up your phone. You don't know if they have a landline or not. So someone else might pick up the phone. So you got to make sure that you verify that the other person on the other end is the patient that you are intended to deliver a message. If I'm making a phone call and somebody picks the phone, I said, may I speak? Oh, hi, this is Silvero from Dr. Zay's office. May I speak to, am I speaking to Mr. or Mrs. Smith? So then immediately, the person says, this is she, this is he. Okay, So you're not going there immediately to tell them, oh, well, the doctor called me to give you the results of this. You don't. That's not how you deliver a message. You have to verify that this is the right patient. Now, if it is the cellular phone, well, sometimes it's the personal cellular phone, right? But still, you want to go a little bit extra mile. So you're gonna ask the patient something like, do you remember the last time that you were in the office? Oh yeah, I was 2 weeks ago. I said, oh, okay, so now I know. Well, I tell you this. Sometimes when we have the landline, an office call my mom, my sister sounds just like my mom. And the person who calls says, oh, may I speak to Mrs. Maria, blah, blah, blah. And then she was like, speaking. And then they start telling her the story when she wasn't. So in the medical, remember, we are disclosing information that is sensitive, that only pertains the patient to hear. Not the husband, not the son, not the daughter, not the friend. So we got to make sure that we're talking to the patient. And if the patient is not available and you need to leave a message, this is the message you're going to leave. Hi, this is Alberto from Dr. A's office. Can you please give us a call at this number? Blah, 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 blah. And that's it. No more. Oh, unless it's to remind them that they have an appointment. Because then they're going to remember, oh my goodness, I have an appointment tomorrow. Because we use reminders to call the patients. So we will talk about that when we make an appointments. So basically, that's something that when you leave a message for that, you should not leave sensitive information. Just say who you are, where you're calling from, and the number that you have to return the call. Can you please call us back at this number? Don't say, oh, this is Dr. blah, blah, blah office. Can you call us back? And the patient doesn't have the number, or the patient doesn't find it. And it is important. No, you leave the information, but this is the only information. You're not revealing anything. You're not going to leave a message saying, oh, well, by the way, your test, you're not pregnant, or you are pregnant, or you have this, or you have that. You don't. Now, when the patient calls in, now that's a different issue, because that's the patient and you're going to verify that that's the patient that is calling. So how you do that? Well, okay, I have a phone call. I have a message right here to return your call. Said, who am I speaking to? Oh, okay, this is Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They said, oh, let me pull your medical records. Okay, can you confirm this? And you start asking questions, or ask the same question that I did first when somebody picks the phone up. So you tell them, listen, oh, can you remind me, when was the last time that you were here? Mr. Smith? And then he says, oh, I was there like a month ago. I believe it was that day. They ordered some blood tests for me. Do you have the results? So now you know that you're talking to the same person. So don't volunteer information, because that's what we do most of the time. We go there and we just say what we have to say. No, that's not how we leave a message, because you are violating HIPAA privacy confidentiality rule, because someone else might pick up that message. See, sometimes the parents, when you leave a message in English and the parents do not speak English, says, oh, they sent me a message, but I don't know what it is. Can you listen to it and just translate it for me? I'm telling you, this happens, and then the family member is going to know sensitive issues about you, or the husband, or the wife, or whoever is, listening to this message. So we have to be very, very careful. So you have to be very sensitive about what information you're going to be leaving on those voicemails or text messages or whatever the case may be. Okay, so let's take a break. We're going to return at 7:40 because I need to make a tea. All right, otherwise I'm not going to have time, because now I have to answer, messages and things like that. 7:40, we're gonna come back and we're gonna continue with another chapter. Okay? So get some rest over there, enjoy it, and 7:40 it is, right? So we come back at 7:40.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Enjoy your break. Okay, so we are back now.
Yes.
Good. So I hope you guys enjoy your break as much as I did. So it was good. Okay, so let's continue with this new lesson, this new chapter is called scheduling appointments. So now, one of the jobs that medical assistants, if you are in the front desk or if you are working in a doctor's office, you might end up doing it. Remember that I'm been telling you all the time that if you work in a hospital, you're not going to be doing the administrative part. This is not the type of work that you would do. Let's say fortunately or unfortunately, you need to learn it because for exam purposes, they're going to ask you some questions about this chapter. I'm going to tell you which ones are, or at least what I think that is the most important that I have heard from my students that have taken the test. So then you kind of feel like at ease because these lessons are long lessons. They have a lot of material and it's kind of impossible, right, for you to kind of remember every single detail. So that's not going to be possible. But if you kind of learn what is it that you will be asked, how don't you put it on the back of your head, you write it down, you make a note, and when you're going to review your notes, here you go, you have it, and then you're going to remember it. So scheduling appointments. What do you think it is important to schedule appointments? Well, very important. This is like when we schedule a flight. Why do you schedule a flight? Because you need to arrive to the airport at this particular time because your plane is going to be departing at this particular time. And you're going to know the cost of the flight. You're going to know the day that you're going to fly, how many hours it's going to take, whether you're going to go coach, you're going to go first class, you're going to go any other issues that you're planning to do after that. So you are kind of organizing the plan for you to go from point A to point B using this mode of transportation. So in our office works exactly the same. We're gonna organize the way, the flow of the patients. Can you imagine having all the patients coming over at all the times and, I came first, no, it was me, and everybody wants to be seen first? Well, that would be really a trouble. That's not the way that we're going to handle business. So if you want to have control over the people that comes to your office and control the flow of the patients, and assign those patients to these particular medical doctors, then now you are organizing everything. Can you imagine you have two doctors that you work with? There are these patients coming in randomly at any time. They just walk in because there is a way, we have one way of having patients being seen. That is like walk-in patients. So this will be open hours. But open hours is not convenient. So you want to have more organization in your office. So you're going to make sure that, it's like when you go to your workplace, you're going to be assigned a task. You're going to start at this time, you're going to go on break at this time, and then you're going to be leaving the office at this particular time. That is organization. Can you imagine people going in and out of the office whenever they feel like it? Well, I'm not gonna be on time, so nobody's gonna be on time. No, we're gonna schedule you because you're gonna have this particular slot, this particular time frame where you are going to be seen. Now we're gonna select, we're gonna decide, we're gonna determine, depending the schedule, depending on your needs, depending on your condition. Remember, not every single patient spends the same amount of time with the doctor. Some patients spend only 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour. So all depends of the type of visit, meaning what the complaints are. Is this a new patient, established patient? How are we going to go about that? So this is where we are going to discuss scheduling, because it's going to help to reduce all these issues that arises when we are not organized. So now we are going to get our office to function efficiently. That's basically what it is. So if we have these particular office hours where we work, remember, usually the doctor opens their office, let's say the earliest 7, most of the time 8 in the morning, up to 5, maybe 6 p.m. So during that time, we're gonna have breaks, because we work there, we need to go have lunch. So we need to organize how the patients are going to be seen and how many people is working in our office. Can you imagine you are the only one and you have 2 doctors working with them? How are you gonna manage that? That's gonna be very difficult. You're not gonna be able to breathe. You're gonna have too much things to do. Now you have 2 medical assistants working there, or 1 person working in the front, another in the back, plus 1 doctor, 2 doctors. But if there are 3 doctors, or you have too many patients coming in. So we need to organize. We need to make sure that we kind of keep the flow of the patients, in control. I'm telling you, I've seen doctor offices when they have these open office hours and schedule, and just people pours in and out every single time that they want. And I have heard these patients. I'm being there, seeing them, complaining, and having someone else trying to, take their space or start, creating a drama so they can be seen first, or cursing at the medical assistants, at the nurse, at the office manager. Even the doctor is being insulted. So we try to organize the flow of the patients in comparison with the amount of personal staff that we have. How many people is working, how many people we can schedule. We're not going to schedule more patients that the medical doctor can see, or you as a medical assistant can handle. From what time to what time we're going to schedule patients. When new patients should be seen versus established patients. What about if the medical doctors that you work for do procedures? Procedures usually takes 45 minutes to an hour. Well, this is the only doctor. And you have 2, 3 procedures. Right there, half a day is over. Where are you going to fit all the rest of the patients? So in order for us to control the flow of the patients coming to our office, then we have to create a scheduling system. So that's basically what it is. You don't have to create the scheduling system. You don't have to create the matrix, the template for these schedules. No, that is already set up by the medical doctor or someone else who did it for them. You just have to follow it. See, you didn't create the application of Teams, but you're using it. You need to use it. I just learned how to use Teams. having a lot of troubles at the beginning. You know that, because I wasn't familiar with. That's going to happen to anyone trying to learn new things. So again, we're going to discuss what entails, what are the specifics that we look at it when we're creating a matrix. What is the purpose besides just keeping the flow? What types of scheduling formats do we have? Because you will be asked about two of them that I'm going to tell you which ones are. So basically, that's what it is. So you have to get familiar when you enter to your workplace and ask. Remember, I've always been telling you that. Get familiar with the office that you're going to work with. They're doing. What is it that they're doing? What specialty is it? Because these schedules are based on specialty. See, if you work with a urologist, all the things that you do is 60%, 80% are procedures. With the gastroenterologist, 50% of the things that you're going to do are procedures. With the cardiologist, the same. Whereas if you work with a family practice, a general doctor, an internist, not much to do with the procedures. Why? Because these doctors mostly, they focus on the basics. The most that they can order is blood, EKG, urine, little things here and there, but they don't get caught up with all these procedures. Nowadays, even doctors are not doing pap smears because they refer them better to a gynecologist because of insurance problems. Insurance don't pay much to the general doctor because pap smear is part of the complete physical exam. So the insurance, what they want to do is just pay for the physical exam only, diagnosis. But any procedures except blood or urine or an EKG, they're going to make sure that, the pap smear is part of the complete physical exam. So they have a kind of setup rate for these payments. Well, that's not worth it because a gynecologist get paid $1,000, $2,000 for a pap smear, and a medical doctor gets paid $200 for the visit. So who's going to spend 1 hour just for $200 when this other person is going to make over $1,000 for a pap smear? So doctors, general doctors now, they drop doing pap smears because it's not worth it. You're not paying them what you deserve to get paid. So what we do is we refer our patients. So it says, no, you have a gynecologist? No. Well, we're going to get you one. Or you have a directory from your insurance? Check one if you want to. Otherwise, we have someone that we can refer you. So that's the importance about this. We're going to set up time frames. When is the doctor going to take a break? It's not when the medical assistant is going to take a break, when the nurse is going to take a break. No, the schedules are done based on the medical doctor, on the medical specialty, on the medical office hours. If you just open your office for a couple of hours, 4 hours per day, well, you can schedule too many people. If you see patients only in the morning, why are you going to schedule patients in the afternoon? Makes no sense, right? So all the schedules are based on the doctors. Time available for them, office hours, because they're going to set up office hours. So it is based on most of these criteria. So setting up a schedule system is very, very important. Each setting that we are talking about, each lesson covers a different part of the office. This is like talking about anatomy and physiology. We have all these organs, all these systems, but the whole thing makes up the body, right? Well, all these parts of the office, the front desk, the back of the office, whatever the doctor do, what is the specialty? Well, this is like talking about the organs, and everything is the office, the hospital. So we put it together. So we need this part. The front needs to correlate with the back. And if I do blood, needs to correlate with the procedures. If the doctor does a procedure, well, that's correlated with the procedures that you did. Now, oh, drawing blood is going to take this much time. Oh, no, wait a minute, but that's not what we count. We count the time that the doctor spends with the patient. And the time that the doctor spends with doing a procedure, or during the breaks, or during vacation. So we need to know what schedule we're following so we know how to register the patients. Can you imagine? You don't separate the time, you don't set up time frames. This class has a time frame. We have a break time. See, we have that schedule. That's unscheduled. So everything has to work that way. You start working at this time. Your break is at this time, or whatever it is, but you kind of have this particular time for break. You're going to work this many hours per week, and you're going to get paid this much amount of money per hour or per salary. So that's in schedule. So in our office, we need to have control of who's coming and where are they coming from and when are they coming. So we need to know. We don't give the same amount of time to a patient who's we're going to do a procedure, not you, the medical doctor. It's a new patient. How much time do we spend with a new patient? 45 minutes to 1 hour, period. Oh, it is an established patient. How much time? Well, it's not complicated. Just come from a prescription refill. It's come from the lab results. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes is the maximum. So we need to know how to schedule patients when the patients are new patients, when the patient has a procedure, when you have a complete physical exam, or else. So we need to sort out that. Because if we don't do that, then we're going to have an overload of patients in our office. And you know what happens when you have too many patients in your office? Problems. Problems. The less people that you have in your waiting area, the better. Less conflict. When you go to these offices and you see all these people in the waiting area for one doctor, they have open hours. Oh, definitely. First come, first serve. And that creates a problem. So for that reason, we're going to talk about other types of, scheduling that we can add to our office. So not only that we can run the office, workflow smoothly, but you know what? You're not getting stressed out. The medical person is not getting stressed out. So staff people is not going to get stressed out. And the patients either. Because when you have so many people in the waiting area, they are too loud, they start complaining, start walking back and forth, they start eating, throwing things on the floor. It is a madhouse. So we try to avoid that. Try to bring the patients like in their own particular specific time, if it is possible. Or just to have, certain amount of patients. So when I finish with one, I know that the other one is there waiting for me. Remember, is to keep the flow of your patients running smoothly. That is what we want doing schedules. Remember, think about this. What control do we have in the train station? None. People comes at once and one shot. This is rush hour and everybody wants to go onto your train. Everybody wants to. So then you create problems. It's too crowded. How can you control that? Well, it should be a way, right? But unfortunately, it is kind of very difficult. Versus in an office, I can control who comes in for what reason and the time frame that I'm going to give this person for that particular situation. That's why when the patient calls and you have gone through that, maybe making appointments for yourself or for your family members, that they offer you time frames. Okay, we have this appointment for this particular day. So I'm going to tell you how exactly this should work. Because if you don't do it correctly, then you're going to have conflict over there. So you have to make sure that you are familiar with the schedule system or your organization. So it says right here, 3 methods of appointment scheduling. There are more than 3 types of scheduling, believe me. It's just that some of them are kind of overlapping. People have changed them a little bit. It's like when you change your nail polish. Start mixing all this pink with this purple, with this yellow, and see what color it turns out to be. Sometimes you have good results, sometimes you don't, right? But there are 3 of these methods that are the most common ones and the ones that usually function better. So that is basically what it is. Says right here, how to recover from schedule interruptions. Well, it's not how to recover, it's how to avoid mostly that, interruptions are going to be presented. How to handle these patients when they come in, or when there is an emergency that arises. When an emergency arises in the workplace or a disrupted patient is taking your time, so slow you down, or something arises in the doctor's office and the doctor, get caught up with something unexpected. So how we deal with that? How we're gonna do it? Now, the schedule is going to be falling behind. The patient is going to start screaming because they're waiting for too long, blah, 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 blah. Telling you. Setting up a schedule matrix. You do not have to set up anything, but you're going to learn how these matrix are set up, how this template that we're going to use as a schedule system, it is set up. So that's the thing that you can understand, not that you're going to do it. Dealing with consistently late patients. Well, there is a question for this particular part. Well, there are 2 questions for the methods of appointment scheduling. There is a question for dealing with consistently late patients, but we're going to discuss that when we get there. I'm just giving you a little introduction of what is going to be said or discussed during this chapter. Reasons for failed appointments. Well, the excuses. Those are excuses why you didn't show up. But remember, I mentioned it before, we are not going to ask the patients why did they miss the appointment. Remember, patients probably are going to come out with excuse. We're not interested in that. We're interested on making or rescheduling the patient. Remember, we're not going to blame people for missing. This is not your workplace. These are our clients. These are the one who brings the money. So we don't question them. Your workplace is different. Oh, what are you going late today? Oh, the boss. Okay. What are you going late today? Oh, well, my son, my daughter, I got sick and actually calling in. So we're not going to go through that. These are the patients. So we're not going to ask reasons. We're going to change that. We're not going to justify anything, but we have to try to correct it. And there are ways to correct people who are late to the appointments, people who are failing to come to the appointments, which is called no-show. Because remember, some people, they just cancel appointment. Canceling an appointment, no-shows are totally different things. So we are going to have another question from there. So from this chapter, probably we're going to have like 5, 6 questions on the exam, maybe 10. Well, let's roughly put 10. Because there are a lot of questions that they ask about this chapter. So let's move on. Guidelines for appointment scheduling. So it says right here, some offices stick to a strict schedule. Well, when I'm talking about strict schedule, means that they give appointments to the patients at this particular time, and these patients are going to be seen at that particular time. This is like when you've been told at work, you have to be here 10 to 15 minutes prior to your shift, prior to starting your shift. And you're going to be clocking exactly at the time that you're supposed to be leaving. Fix. That's it. This is how it is. From this time to this time. And your break is at this particular time. You should not take it before or after, regardless whether we see or we are not. So that's a strict schedule. We're going to talk about that later on, and we're going to see which of these types or methods of scheduling is strict. Some are more flexible. Of course, this is a combination. Now we're going to give the chance to the patients to come 2, 3, 4 at the same time. But first come, first serve in an hour. So probably you've been in a hospital. I've been in a hospital bringing my mom. Fortunately, my kids, I just took them to the doctor for the vaccines, but my kids are healthy. So thank God, up to now, nothing serious except for flu or a little rash, something here and there, but nothing serious, right? So for my mom, I have to go to the hospital. And they gave an appointment, and they said, I go in the afternoon because most of the time I was working in the morning. So I took my mom in the afternoon, let's say 2, 3 p.m. And when she was called for, to do the vital signs, I usually ask the nurse, because most of the time it's the nurse who do that in the hospital. So I asked her, I said, listen, excuse me, my mom has an appointment at 2 p.m., but it's already 3:30. What's going on? I was just playing silly, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna tell anyone, oh, Millie, listen, I'm a doctor and I know how this works. No, you have to be humble. So I never tell anyone anything. So it says, oh, well, what happened is done. Several patients have been given the same time as your mom, but first come, first serve. I said, okay, at what time did these people came? Because we came like 2 hours earlier. It's not that we show up right at a particular time. No, but an hour in advance. I would like to be on time. I'm dealing with my mom, I'm dealing with parking. So then when I start teaching, I said, oh, wait a minute. Now I understand in all this. So sometimes you are being given an appointment for 10 in the morning, but you're not the only one. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 people more that this appointment is being given. And it says, oh, wait a minute. If all of us come at the same time, well, yeah, you arrive at the same place at the same time, but who will register first? So you're gonna be in line, right? So the first that registered, that's gonna go first. And we don't know what this patient has, so the time that the doctor is gonna spend with them, and then the second one. And if you wasn't the second one in line, then guess what? You're gonna have to wait for that time too. So these are called more flexible. Plus, they do a combination. Some appointments at this particular time, that only that time is given to one patient. Others that is given to 2, 3, or 4 patients in that particular hour. And some that is a combination of both. Or more open hours. If you are like, welcome, walk-ins are welcome. Have you seen those clients in the medical office? Hospitals usually do not use that one. You do not show to hospital office and, oh, well, I want to make an appointment. Well, yeah, you make an appointment, not for today, for another day. But in doctor's offices, it's going to be something. So I can tell you that much. So that's what we're going to talk about. See, just because they gave you certain period of time or your appointment is set up for this particular time, does not imply that you're going to be seen at that time if the type of schedule is not that one that you have. So talk to your neighboring patients. Patients are next to you. So, oh, what time is your appointment? Oh, at 2. Mom, me too. And then the other one next to you on the other side, it says, oh, I have an appointment at 2 too. But now, be careful. Because if it's not in a medical doctor's office, it might be that different doctors are seeing these people. So that can change. So that's what we're going to try to sort out during this lesson. Make sure that you guys understand the types of schedule methods that they have in your office. If it is a combination of 1, 2, 3, mostly it's a combination. One usually do not work because if it is too strict, I'm talking about doctor's offices, then it's going to be very difficult to manage. Because if that patient doesn't show up at a particular time or cancel in less than 24 hours, we cannot reschedule someone. We cannot give you this spot to someone else. So that is going to kind of throw off your schedule. So the doctor is going to be sitting there waiting for no one because the other person is not going to come 1 hour earlier because you have a strict schedule. So we have to play around with all these, being flexible, because if my, this fixed schedule patient is not there, we have someone else in the waiting area that we can call in. So that's how it works. Remember, not everybody's on schedule. It doesn't matter what it is, but patients sometimes they are too early or right on top of the time. And remember, patients are always asked to come to the medical office 20 to 15 minutes prior, because that's the time that it's going to take to register them, to verify insurance coverage that is active for the particular day. Maybe some paperwork that they have pending. Maybe you have to update your profile. So it's difficult to deal with patients. So that's why they create all these type of schedules and they try to do a combination of them. Remember, what it matters is not just the patient. What it matters is that money is coming to our office. that the doctor is not sitting there doing nothing. Well, it's not that it's doing nothing because the doctor might be completing, the history from the prior patient that they saw or whatever, or checking blood results, but that's not the intention. The intention is to see as many patients as possible for that particular day, because checking the blood results is not gonna make me make money. Seeing the patients well. So we got to make sure that this is done correctly. That's why we don't do the schedule. We follow the schedule. The schedule in your office, you don't do it. When you work, they give you the schedule. It's not when you want, it's when they need you. So it's the same thing. So we can do schedules versus on paper, like the old-fashioned way, or it can be a computerized, or the patient can do their appointments online. So now we have different ways of doing it. You can call in, you can come in as person, or you can go to the patient's portal and schedule your own appointment. We're going to discuss how that works, particularly the online appointments. So we will discuss that. So one of the most important tips for successful appointment scheduling is to know the physician. Where I already did a little introduction telling you that we have to base the schedule on the physician. What is the physician time? When is the physician available to see patients? I already mentioned that some of the physicians, some of the medical doctors, that's exact physician, medical doctor, medical provider, as the same. So we have to count with their time. That's what we have office hours. And those office hours are printed somewhere in the office. Sometimes they are on the glass doors or windows, or right there by the front desk. We should have office hours. So we are telling the patients where are they supposed to come. At what time the doctor, not necessarily is going to be seeing them, but at what time you're going to be registered. See, I work in an office where the office was open at 7 in the morning, but the doctor started working at 9 in the morning. That's how it works. It's not like you go directly 7 in the morning and someone is a doctor there waiting for you to be seen. No. So we're gonna do the preliminary, task, which is registering the patient, doing vital signs, getting you ready to see the doctor. So that's basically how it is. Sometimes the patients are outside the office before we open. They are lining up because this is first come, first serve. Whenever you see this bunch of people outside the office or in the waiting area, they have open office hours. They have open office hours. First come, first serve. So if we know the physician, we need to know his or her habits, because it might be a female or medical or male doctor. So that's basically what we're trying to say. What are the habits? Well, the habits is at what time they want to start seeing the patients, or what time they're going to want to take the break. When are they going to take a vacation? All that has to be set up in the schedule matrix. Because the days or the times that are off, we're going to cross them out. We're not going to leave these spots or time slots open. Because if you leave it open and you don't put anything in there, well, cross them out. This space is taken. And then you specify what? This is break. This is vacation time. Patient doctor has a meeting, has a family issue, so the patient is off this day. So that's basically how it works. So we need to know the patient. Know the medical doctor preferences. Remember, doctor decides whether you're gonna be accepting new patients or not. Whether these procedures are gonna be done in the morning, in the afternoon, or what day of the week. He or she decides the office hours. So we need to do everything based on the person who's going to be seeing the patients, which is the medical doctor. That's how the schedules are, customized, if you will. So it's very important for us to understand. Remember, the schedule is made up. You don't have to do it. You just have to follow it. If you are the one who has to deal with scheduling patients. If you don't, just disregard it. But if you do, then you know why these schedules are done this way. One of the doctors that one of my friends' doctors, he didn't have no schedule. There was open open office hours. That was a madhouse going there. So I'm telling you, because I know I've been there, so I know how it is. The person assigned to schedule appointments in the physician's office must be proficient and organized and must know the physicians and others in the office for whom appointments are booked. Now, of course, you have to be familiar with the office. You have to be familiar with the practice. What is it, the specialty? What is it that the doctor do? What is the doctor hours? That's basically what I'm trying to tell you. What are the methods for scheduling patients who use this particular office? How are you going to book your patients if you doesn't know? It is a established scheduling system already in place. And every single time that you start working in a place, know what is it? Whether it's paper-based, you have to write down the appointments, or it is computerized. So for me, computerized is a lot easier. But again, it follows the same method, whether it's in paper, whether it's in computer. You just have to be writing things when in the other one you have to be typing. But what are you going to do when the patient misses an appointment? There is no show, cancel an appointment. What are you going to do with that? How do you fix the schedule? Well, there are little differences because one is done on paper, the other one is done on the computer. We will discuss that. So yes, you have to be familiar with the type of scheduling that you follow in your office. So do I have to know the doctor because I'm doing? No. It is based on especially on the doctor and the doctor preferences to set up the schedule, but you're not building just to say, just for you to understand a lot better, you're not creating that schedule. You're not making that schedule matrix. It is done. What you have to do is use it. And you're going to just read it. If one spot's available on Tuesday, 2 p.m., it's not crossed out or no other patient is not there, well, that is open. So you can register and offer that time slot to the patient. So that's basically how it works. So everything is done for us. It's like filling in blanks. You're filling out blank format. Your name, your first name, last name, middle name, date of birth, your telephone number, your email address, and so on and so forth. You're just filling in the blanks. That's what you have to do when you do schedules. You're not gonna call the doctor to figure it out. Oh, listen, you're gonna be on this day. No, you're looking right there, and that's it. Or you know, I cannot come here on any days but Friday. Sorry, Mr. Mrs. We're closed on Fridays. So I have Monday from 2 to 4 p.m. Or I have Thursday, 11 in the morning to 12 noon. Which one do you prefer? You have to be very specific. You're not giving the patient the option to pick a day and a time. You're gonna tell them what you have available, even though if the whole week is available, the whole hours are available, you do not allow the patient to pick up a time. You tell them what you have available. Oh, I need an appointment for Tuesday. Okay, you have an appointment. It says, okay, I have one in the morning from 10 to 11 and another one in the afternoon from 3 to 4. Which one do you prefer? Oh, I want to come here at 9 in the morning. Those are the only ones that I have available. Which ones do you prefer? That's what you do. You give only 2 options. If you don't do that, you're going to stay the whole day with that patient, trying to figure it out when is the patient going to be available to sign up for that or to book the patient for the particular day. The patient is going to say, oh, well, Monday, let me see. Oh, this time, no, I cannot do it because I have to do this. I have to, on Tuesday, no, definitely not. On Wednesday, so no day is going to be good for them. So we have to be very specific because remember, we don't have the whole time. So you offer them that, and then, well, we don't have anything else available, not something that is going to be soon. But I do have something for next month. And remember, you don't want something for next month. Remember, these schedules are done for a certain period of time. Sometimes we do it within 3 months window or maximum of 6 months. That will be hospitals. Oh, I need an appointment for the next year. Okay, call us before you want the appointment, okay? Because we don't have appointments that far away from. We don't. We usually have appointments within 2-3 months and so on, maximum 6 months. But we try not to use that. Remember, we try to get these patients now. We don't want them to come back next year. Oh, well, next year I'm going to get paid. Remember, this is business. But even though if it is business, you have to keep control. You have to be strict with the schedule system. Remember, don't spend too much time talking to the patients and try to sort out and to please them to see at what time is convenient. Oh, we close at 5. Oh, can I come at 5? Definitely not. The last schedule or book schedule or appointment should be 45 minutes prior to the closing time. So if you close at 5, your last appointment should be at 4. And it's not a new patient because that's going to take an hour. So you're going to be there doing blood, EKGs, and all the bunch of stuff. The doctor is going to be gone. You're going to be there 7 p.m. still dealing with the patient. So no, we have schedules that you have to follow and listen to the doctor, ask the other coworkers how this works. Remember, the last thing that you want is a patient showing up 5 minutes before closing. Oh, thank God I'm here. You see, before you close. No. This is not a department store. No, it's not. And even though the department store is not going to open the door for you 5 minutes before, it's closing. No, it's closed. We're just picking things up. We're just fixing, you're putting things, away, closing things, shutting down all this equipment. So you don't have time for that. So you got to learn how it's done. So you follow the schedule. Don't try to be nice. Because if you try to be nice, particularly with friends, family members, and that you bring them at the last minute, guess what? The doctor is not going to be happy about it, and you're not going to be happy about it because you're going to stay there late. And what's your fault? Because you're not following the schedule. See how it is? That's how it works. Says right here, appointment scheduling system must be individualized to each specific practice. Of course, if you are a pediatrician, you know that you're going to spend time with kids and you have to do these procedures or these evaluations, and the little kids takes more time. It's not the same if it is an adult, even though if it is a follow-up visit. So if you do procedures, you have to calculate how much time these procedures takes. And that's why you have those time slots right there. And you got to read and you got to understand. You got to learn how long it takes each visit from patients. I have a list from that. So I'm going to tell you a follow-up visit, how long it should take. A new patient, how long it should take. A procedure, how long it should take. I'm not talking about surgical procedure. That is something else because that is there. Surgical procedure can take 10 hours. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the office where you're going to be working because you as a medical assistant are not going to be working in the surgical department. Not during the surgical procedure. You might be in the front desk. That's a different issue. Doing the preliminary testings, but not involved with the surgical procedure. So again, all depends of the specialty of that particular doctor. That's what it said, specific practice. What is it that the medical doctor do or does? So that's basically how we work. Says right here, when scheduling a patient, consider the following things. Well, it says 3 things. Well, you might consider something else. Patient needs. So the patient needs, patient needs. What is it that the patient want to be seen for? Oh, I'm just here for the follow-up appointment. I'm coming here just to pick up my lab results. Okay. Follow-up, 15 minutes. 15, that's it. I know you're going to be done prior to that. We charge for 15 minutes, so that's it. Nobody should be on that slot on that particular 15 minutes, even though if you're going to spend 5 minutes with them. Because it can take 5, can take 10, maximum of 15. Physicians' preference and habits, we talk about that. I want to see new patients on Wednesday in the morning. That's the preference. That's their habits. Why? Because patients need new patients. You need to see them earlier because they take too long. So if I'm running out of time, I still have the afternoon for them. What if you ask them to come in the evening? Oh, well, it's 1 hour for each patient. And they're going to tell you how many patients, how new patients you can schedule during that time frame. Procedures. I want to do procedures, pap smears only on this particular day. So that's how it is. So we schedule patients for that particular day, and we're going to spend most of the time dealing with these procedures. remember, this is like grouping your patients that you're going to call for appointments, for cancel appointments, for no-shows, to remind them about procedure, about guidelines when they go to a referring physician. It's the same. We're going to pick what procedures we're going to do in this particular day. And most of the day, we're going to spend it doing that. Everything else, don't schedule patients for regular visits. Don't schedule patients for fun. No, I'm going to do this on the particular day. And I'm set up for that. Because when you're doing procedures, it is very uncomfortable to start doing something else. You're going to be continue doing the same, focusing on the same stuff. Available facilities. Well, first of all, you have to make sure that you have all the equipment that you need for the facility. That's one thing. That the room that you're going to be using for those procedures are available. See, sometimes we have doctors that rent offices within an office, within a medical practice. So we're going to make sure that the day that you schedule those patients to do this procedure, that procedure room is available for the patient that you're going to schedule. So that's basically what it is. When I do procedures myself, not procedures, clinical procedures, not surgical procedures, no, courses that I teach, like IV infusion, how to apply plasma, then bolus. So I have to first, before I schedule my clients, I have to count with the place that I'm going to be using. Say, listen, I have some patients, or what days do you have available over there that you're not using that practice room? Oh, this day. Then I schedule my clients for that day. That's how I do it. Can you imagine not being able to use the room, but you schedule all these clients and they already pay you, but you're not going to be able to do the procedure? It's the second, if the patient comes in and said, oh, I'm sorry, we're not going to do the procedure today because the office is occupied, is used by someone else. Or the equipment that we're going to use, somebody's using it. So we got to make sure that not only the facility, the room that you're going to be using for the procedure is available, or for whatever reason you're going to need it, but the equipment that you're going to be using as well. The assistance that you're going to need. Oh, by the way, I'm going to use the room, but I need an assistant. Is someone going to be available that day? Oh, yeah, I'm going to assign you this person. So I'm going to have an assistant for that day. I'm not going to prepare myself, my courses, and then the person that assists me is not able to be there. Why? Because my assistant is the one that does most of the work. So that's basically what it is. That's what you do. You guys do most of the work in the office. You have to, register the patient, check verification, insurance, make sure that all the information is correct. Probably do referrals, do blood, do EKG, collect urine, do stool tests and throat. I mean, there is a lot of things going on. Yeah, the doctor has more responsibility because, well, they just have to diagnose, prescribe medications, order procedures, do certain procedures that medical assistants, nurses don't do. But we have to take in consideration everything. Who's available at that particular time? Is the doctor available? You're not going to schedule procedures and the doctor is not going to be in on the particular day. Remember, there are some doctors that rents offices and they are available for that procedure this particular day. Or we contract with an external company to do certain procedures. I've seen medical doctors bringing a portable X-ray machine or these bone scans or sonograms and then they do it in the office, but then the office has to be available. So this is how it works. Remember, this is not something that we know, that we are familiar with if we do not work in a medical setting. But in order for us to create these schedules, we need to know all these details. Remember, patient needs means what's the problem with the patient? So we kind of figure out how long we're gonna take during this particular visit. If it is a follow-up, it's gonna take very little time. But if it is a complete physical exam, we know for a fact 45 minutes to 1 hour. If it is a procedure, 40 minutes to 1 hour. So that's how it works. So that's how we are going to be adding those patients. Can you imagine we have 4 patients in 1 hour because each one is 15 minutes. Well, that's fine. But you're going to put the patient who is a complete physical exam or a new patient that is 45 minutes to 1 hour. And you're going to put it in the same hour that you have 4 patients that are doing 15 minutes each or 15 minutes each, but then you have 30 minutes left. How are you going to do 45 minutes, 1 hour with that? And then you have another patient next to it following that one. That's going to create conflict. So we need to know how we're going to set up this matrix. Now, thank God for you guys. You don't have to think about this. You just have to follow the schedule. It's to make the schedule. But in order for you to understand the scheduling system, you need to understand how this schedule was created. Which type of format of the schedule is being used in this particular office, and why are they doing it that way? So it is not a good thing to explain to patients, oh, listen, like I told you before, oh, no, listen, we scheduled 4 people for the same hour. So first come, first serve, but I was here first. How are you going to argue that? I signed first. Listen, I don't want to get involved. Listen, right there, it is a problem. You don't tell them. You just need them for your own knowledge. So when you schedule those patients, you know what to do. It's not to tell the patients. Sometimes first comes, first served usually do not work 100%. Nothing works 100%. Patient needs. So we're going to discuss these 3 criteria, if you will, that we consider when we scheduling patients. So I already told you the patient needs. Is the office located in a busy metropolitan area or rural area? Well, why is that important? Because commute-wise, patient needs, commute-wise. See, when you're looking for a school, you want to look for a school that's close to you. If you look for a job, you want a job that is close to your home. Well, what is this different from the patients? Same thing. They want to look for a place that is close to them. Convenience. Now, what are the average ages of the patient? Now, age related. Remember, it's totally different seeing pediatric patients, adults, elderly patients. So who's pediatric patient? Someone who is under 18 years of age. Who's an adult? Someone from 18 to 64 and almost close to 69. Who is an elderly patient? 69 and above. It's not that, not easy. So we have to understand how this works and see what the age is the patient and how long we think we're planning to do. Remember, the children and the elderly, we're going to try to spend more time because the parents are responding for the children. And for the elderly, they are slower to talk to them. They have hearing problems, sight problems, physical disabilities, mental disabilities. So probably have someone else who's accompanying them. So it's gonna take more to get information, to do procedure, to accommodate them. So we need to understand that. Is the area more residential, industrial or residential? Well, this does not actually apply for the patients 100%. It applies to the physicians too, but that's for charges. We will talk about that when we get to insurance. But here it's most likely trying to tell you, well, if it is a residential area, parking is a lot easier. Or someone is dropping you off, it's a lot easier to park. Versus an industrial area, like commercial area, it's very, very difficult. Remember, the patients always want to be on time, but being on time means they running right on the dot. Oh, my appointment is at 11 a.m. So you want to be there at 11 a.m. But by the time that they find parking, that they do the, think about it. So that creates a problem. What type of patients are seen? Once again, not only if it is children, if it is an adult, if it is an elderly, but is what conditions they have. Conditions they have. So that's basically what we kind of started dealing with. Remember, we also talk about gender. If there are females and we have to do a procedures, pap smear for a complete physical exam, males, we have to do the rectal examination, but the pap smear takes longer. So all depends. So we have to base, the scheduling on a lot of factors. Now it says right there, well, that has to do with timing and office hours. Are evenings and weekends appointments essential for most of the patients served? Well, the question, the answer for this question, it will be yes, because most of the people works Monday to Friday. So the days that they want to be seen are, and they work from, most of the time from 8 to 5, 9 to 5. So they want to go after hours. And there are some offices that have after hours, evening hours, like they work from 5 to 9. They don't go beyond that, maybe to 8, just to give the chance to these people who comes from work and, to take care of them. And weekends, because you don't want to come from work, end up right there at 5, and then you have to stay until 8, and then you're gonna be going back home like around 9, and tomorrow you have to go work. Well, if you don't work the weekends, preferable, it would be better to do it on weekends. So if we have a clientele that, demands, evenings or weekends, we should consider it because those are business. So we base the schedules on the patient needs. That's basically how it works. Any questions about, considering all these criteria to create, a scheduling system? Anyone? Okay. So before we go, let's go assessing patients' needs. What is the purpose of the visit? Now, once again, this is just what I covered before to understand how much time are we needing for this patient's visit. So that's basically what it is. Remember, if the patient comes for a follow-up visit, blood results, or just to, an evaluation, when I check your blood pressure, we're going to check your sugar. Well, that's not a big deal, right? We're not going to spend too much time because the patient comes to us and we just tell them it's okay. How you feeling? How you doing today? Are you following your medications? Okay. Oh, no complaints. So please go to the lab and the lab takes charge. Then we call our next patient because we are not the ones who are drawing the blood, doing the EKG. That will be you. See, will the patient require the physician's time or will other staff members perform all or part of the services? Well, all depends. Or I have a question about billing, my insurance. What doctor has to do with billing or insurance? Okay, so billing department. That's basically what it is. Do we need appointments for that? No, we don't. We make appointments for the doctor, not for the nurse, not for the medical assistant, no? They just come and then whoever is available, then that's what they're gonna do. Not every single patient that is there is because he has a billing question. So for that reason, we don't have a schedule for that. Again, the age of the patient is important. Remember, if it is a child, time is different from an adult. This is a follow-up visit, but for a child, depends on the age. This is still in the age that they receive these vaccinations. Now we're gonna spend some time because I have to review everything about my patients and they have to do the height, the weight. They have to do all the vital signs. I have to talk to the parents, how the child is doing. So, and the parents are gonna come out with a lot of questions, a lot of stuff. So it depends on the doctor how handles this, but we have certain period of time for children, for elderly, for adults, but it's based on what is the purpose of the visit, remember. Remember, the purpose of the visit is called the chief complaint. So the reason that the patient is going to the medical doctor is called the chief complaint. Not because they are sick, it can be anything. I'm here because I want a note to my boss. I was here yesterday or such and such this day, and I need a note. I need to get paid for that day off or for that time that I was late. Well, this is not going to be handled by the doctor, but someone else in the front. So that will be you. But you have to ask the medical doctor to sign the paper. We don't charge for that. You can come from a blood work. It was supposed to be a fasting procedure. Well, you couldn't do the time that you came before because you have eaten something. Remember, do a fasting test. You have to be fasting for a period of 8 to 12 hours. That's called fasting. Nothing by mouth. You should not be eating anything or drinking anything except water. So the doctor decides, and because we cannot do the test now, you're gonna come in another day. And the patient comes there, said, "Oh, the doctor gave me an order to get blood." Okay, no problem. That's something that you're gonna do. That patient needs to see the doctor? No. So we don't charge for that. There are things that you can handle in the front desk. That's what we have you there. That's what we have assistants. Because we delegate certain functions to you. Some other functions to the nurse, some other functions to the medical doctor. So that's how it works. Does the patient need an after-school appointment? Well, again, patient needs. We're gonna try to accommodate them as much as possible. Oh, look at this. Does the patient object to traveling after dark? Well, that's if, the appointment is in the evening. Well, then you should make an appointment. Or they want to be released earlier. Well, this is something that doesn't actually affect what you're doing. Then you come in the daytime. If we have open office hours on the weekend, then you do that. Now, the next one's important. Will the patient have problems taking time off from work for appointments? So that's what we create evening shift and weekends. Because if you're not going to be able to come to see us, now we have to have a higher amount or quantity of patients that want to do evenings or weekends in order for us to open those hours. Remember, that's considered by the doctor based on the requests that the patients are making. But if you have only one patient or two, I'm not going to sacrifice my weekends coming for two patients. So I'm going to go see two patients. That's it. No. Or open in the evenings. Well, then you open one evening a week. Said, listen, we're going to see from 5 to 7 or to 5 to 8. Let's say. And you're going to schedule 2-3 patients once per week. So all depends on the doctor. Remember, the doctor decides what schedule format they want to follow, what schedule system they want to adopt. That's basically how it works.